Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman with the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. And we're getting ready for a doubleheader today. While there's lots of news in the world going on, but this is for respite. This is for us to disconnect from the craziness. Wow. I'm going to have some coffee, and then I'm going to go over the starting lineups. We have a first pitch at 2:30 p.m. What the hell? Oh, God almighty. Oh. Good afternoon. We have a doubleheader today. It's the Houston Astros at the Chicago Cubs. In this first game, it will be Jack Billingham starting for Houston and Ferguson Jenkins for the Cubs. Billingham with 3 wins. Jenkins has won 13. In game 2, it's Don Wilson with 10 wins starting. And Ken Johnson for the Cubs. He has 3 wins. The lineups for the Houston Astros. Leading off is Jesus Alou in left field. Batting second, Joe Morgan at second base. Batting third in center, Jimmy Wynn. Norm Miller is the cleanup hitter. He is in right. Batting fifth, Kurt Blefary at first base. Dennis Menke batting sixth at short. It's Doug Rader at third, batting seventh. Johnny Edwards doing the catching, batting eighth. And Jack Billingham, the pitcher, a right-hander, batting ninth. Again, he won 3 games. Astros are 5 games over 500, and they are 10 games behind the first place Atlanta Braves, who have a 1-game lead over the San Francisco Giants. For the Chicago Cubs, they're also 10 games behind in third place. 5 games over 500, and Rhodes Scholar has arrived. He's for the Stros. Leading off is Don Kessinger at shortstop. Glenn Beckert at second base, batting second. Billy Williams in left, batting third. Captain Ron Santo, the cleanup hitter, at third base. Ernie Banks at first, batting fifth. Batting sixth, Jim Hickman in right field. Batting seventh is Randy Hundley behind the plate. Don Young in center, batting eighth, and Ferguson Jenkins, the right-hander with 13 wins on the season, batting ninth. Again, game two will follow with a brief break between games, game two of this doubleheader. And it's Don Wilson with 10 wins for Houston, and Ken Johnson, a spot starter. He has 3 wins for the Cubs. And by the way, it's interesting to note, Kathy Harden has arrived. She'll take the Cubs. Edwards and Hundley, the two catchers, are starting, at least they're starting both games. Wow. It's a beautiful afternoon here in Wrigley Field. We have a 2:30 p.m. start. So stand by, please. In real world playoff action, the AL Wild Card Game 1, Texas at Tampa Bay, starts at 3:08 p.m. Eastern. The AL Wild Card, also in the AL, Toronto at Minnesota, begins at 4:38 p.m. Eastern. This evening, National League Wild Card, Arizona at Milwaukee, 7:08 p.m. Eastern. And the National League Wild Card, Miami at Philly, that starts at 8:08 p.m. And we'll keep an eye on those scores during our doubleheader, at least probably the first, Texas at Tampa Bay and Toronto at Minnesota. We're going to play ball in 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. As much as I'd like to start, there might be some people who are waiting, who are expecting this first pitch at 2:30 p.m. I hope you understand. I'm here now because I have nothing else to do in life. And I need the respite. Oh, I need it bad. Oh. Oh boy. That's good coffee. Yes, Rhodes Scholar. Thank you so much. I saw it. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Oh. Appreciate that follow-up. I didn't realize it was 1935. My goodness. Babe Ruth was still playing. God. That they had a lights. That's amazing. I thought it was 1940. That is amazing. At least it's amazing to me. We have about 7 minutes till the first pitch. Stand by. This is the first game of the doubleheader. Houston at Cubs. In real world, the Cubs won this one 10-9 the first game. And in the second game, Houston won it 3-2, though, so they split. This is the third of a 4-game, the first game, then the final game, the fourth of this 4-game series, is the second game of the doubleheader. Houston and Chicago have split the first two. Houston 8-7 in the first, and the Cubs 5-2 in the second. We are in Wrigley Field. Attendance for this doubleheader in real world was 40,439. That must be close to capacity for Wrigley Field. We have 5 minutes till game time. Stand by, please. Oh my God. The markets are awful today. Best not to even look, but I can't help it. The Dow is down 494. NASDAQ down 265. S&P down 67, all because I believe treasuries are coming due. We have 3 minutes till game time. Stand by, please. We have Kathy Harden here for the Cubs. She'll take 2. And Rhodes Scholar for the Astros. Oh. My Lord. Oh, Lord, that's good coffee. We have 1 minute till game time, please. 1 minute till game time. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. I'm Jeffrey Guterman. We have a doubleheader today. The Astros at the Cubs. Lots of baseball this afternoon for everybody. Any moment now, we should expect the Cubs to take the field, and then we'll play ball. 40,000 here, packed into Wrigley on a beautiful afternoon for a game of Strat-O-Matic 19, actually 2 games of Strat-O-Matic 1969 baseball, and the Cubs take the field. And there's Ferguson Jenkins on the mound. Infield is Banks at first, Beckert at second, Captain Ron Santo at third, Kessinger at short, outfield left to right, Williams, Young, and Hickman. Jenkins taking his warm-ups. And leading it off here in the top of the first for the Astros is Jesus Alou. Jesus steps into the batter's box. It looks like Jenkins is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to Jesus. 2-6, and that's a drive hit out by Jesus to left field. Williams going back, and at the warning track, he makes the catch. That's a long out, 1 away, and we are underway. And welcome to the doubleheader today. Now Joe Morgan steps up to the plate. Jenkins gets the sign from Hundley. And the pitch to Morgan. 2-9 right-handed, grounds it to first for Banks. He takes it himself to the bag. 2 down now in the Astros top of the first for Toy Cannon Jimmy Wynn. And Rick has arrived. Great to see you, Rick. Just underway here. 2 outs, nobody on, top of the first game of the doubleheader, August 24 in our 1969 replay. Astros at the Cubs. And the pitch to Wynn. 2-6 right-handed, and that is a base hit by Wynn. Just made it through. Past Beckert. A 2-out single. Wynn is on, being held. With Hundley -3, he would be a 1-10, and now Norm Miller is the batter. Okay, Miller steps into the box. It's 2 outs. Wynn on first, being held. From the stretches, Jenkins. The pitch to Miller. That's 2-11 right-handed. Base hit to left for Miller. Wynn goes to second. Let's see if he'll stretch it. 1-15, 2 outs, 1-17. That was a base hit to left, actually. 1-17, and they'll let him go. So Wynn goes to third. It's first and third, 2 outs. Jenkins retired the first 2 in this inning, and now he's let up 2 base hits. It's first and third, 2 outs. Kurt Blefary in the situation here. Okay, Ferguson trying to get out of this from the stretch. And the pitch to Blefary. That's 6-8, left-handed. Base hit! Oh, Blefary. With the clutch single, Wynn comes home. Miller goes to third. It's 1-0 Astros. Yeah. 3 straight singles here for the Astros. They lead at 1-0. Yeah, 4. I guess that would be Williams made the haul, I would assume. Santo, Banks, and Jenkins. Yeah. Yep. So it's still 2 outs now, first and third. Menke at the plate. Here's the pitch from Jenkins. That's 5-9, right-handed. Grounds it to short. Kessinger, he's a 221. That's 13-2, and he throws him out. And the side is retired. 1 run, though, for the Astros here in the top of the first on 3 singles, all with 2 outs. After a half, it's Houston 1 and Chicago coming to bat. Jack Billingham, the pitcher. Definitely a spot starter here for Houston in the doubleheader. And Billingham is taking his warm-ups. It's Kurt Blefary at first, Morgan at second, Menke at short, Rader at third. Edwards catching Billingham behind the plate. In the outfield, Lewin left, Wynn in center, and Norman Miller in right field. And leading it off for the Cubs is Don Kessinger. A switch hitter. He'll bat left-handed. Here's Billingham. That's 5-7, switch hitting, batting left, and that is a base hit. That's a 6. So Kessinger is on. He's the tying run. Here's Glenn Beckert. He's a B bunter. We'll have Glenn hit away. Right-handed hitter. Here's Billingham from the stretch, and the pitch to Beckert. 412, right-handed. Oh, it's hit deep, but he doesn't have the power. So that's going to be a base hit, and Kessinger will go to third. A single, 2 asterisks. When the batter has W, that was a 4-12, 1-6, and it was a 4. So it's first and third, nobody out, and it's the Cubs who are threatening now. Billy Williams, the batter. The infield is back. They'll concede a run for 2 outs. Okay, Williams, a left-handed hitter. Billingham from the stretch. And the pitch to Williams. That's 210. Right-handed. Fly ball left. That's going to be deep enough for Kessinger to tag. Jesus makes the catch, and it's a tie ball game. Kessinger comes home on the fly ball. We're all tied at 1 now. Kathy Harden for the Cubs. Beckert held at first, 1 out. And here is Santo. Got some action early here in the ball game. This is the first of a doubleheader. Okay, Billingham now. And the pitch to Santo. That's 3-4, right-handed, hit deep by Santo. To left field, back to the wall goes Jesus. It is gone. A 2-run home run by Ron Santo. That is now a 3-1 ball game. Ron Santo connected. It looked like a fastball to me. It was 3-4 home run. Clean. So Santo hits 1 out, and that'll put the Cubs ahead 3-1 in this ball game. And for Santo, that is home run number 18. It's a little bit behind his pace in real world. I believe he had 29. Yes, he did. So it's 3-1 Cubs here in the first. And Ernie Banks, Mr. Cub, comes up. 1 out, nobody on. Okay, Billingham now. The windup and the pitch to Banks. 6-7, right-handed, struck him out. 2 down for Jim Hickman. Billingham gets the sign from Edwards. And the pitch to Hickman. That's 5-9, and he grounds it to short for Menke, 331. That'll be 9-3. 31, this could be a problem for Dennis. That's 11. Oh, he makes, no, he boots it. Oh, an error for Dennis Menke. with 2 outs. Hickman is on first. And Randy Hundley is the batter. Oh, goodness. Here's Billingham. The pitch to Hundley. That's 310 right-handed. Whoa, it's a base hit for Hundley. A base hit to right. Hickman goes to second. And he'll hold for Don Young. So Billingham having a very troubled inning here. Cozy confines are proving cozy for the Cubs. It's 3-1, bottom of the first still, 2 outs now. First and second, Hundley from the base hit, Hickman on the error by Menke. And the pitch to Young. That's 4-8 right-handed. Oh, it's a base hit up the middle. This might score Hickman. Hickman rounding third. That was to win. Hickman 1-12, 2 outs, 1-14, -1, 1-13. Hickman coming home. Here's the throw from Wynn. And he is out. Oh, beautiful throw by Jimmy Wynn. And the side is retired. But there were 3 runs on 4 hits, a 3-run home run by Ron Santo. And after 1, it's Chicago 3 and Houston 1. We've had a lot of action here in the first inning here in Wrigley Field. Blue Dice Cubbies, indeed, but the tide could still turn indeed. We move now to the top of the second. We got it all for you today, folks. We have doubleheader action. So just relax, settle in, do whatever you got to do. And we will bring you all the action here on this Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Astros at the Cubs. 2 very good teams. Doug Rader leads it off top of the second. Astros down by 2 now. Ferguson on the mound. Here's Ferguson now. The pitch to Rader. 6-7 right-handed, struck him out. And I'm feeling a little more relaxed now that I started this ball game. I think taking a Klonopin a half an hour ago might have helped. Oh, Lord. I don't take it often. I take it like, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a month. You know what I mean? And I was just saying today, give me some help here. Okay. Here's Johnny Edwards, 1 out, nobody on. Really helps. Edwards, left-handed hitter. Billingham out on deck. Here's Ferguson. And the pitch. That's 1-7. He struck him out. That's 2 in a row for Ferguson. And now Jack Billingham, the pitcher. Strike out the side, Ferguson. Do it for Kathy Harden, will you? That's chopped into the ground and foul to the left side. by Billingham. Okay, Ferguson now, the wind-up and the pitch. That's 410, right-handed. Struck him out. He struck out the side. Jenkins. A 1-2-3, and we're heading to the bottom of the second. He looked much better there in the second. We've gone 1.5. It's 3-1 Cubs on a picture-perfect day for a game of Strat-O-Matic 1969 baseball. I'm going to probably turn on later tonight at about 8 p.m. Eastern, Real World Marlins at the Phillies, even though it's very tedious for me to sit through a ball game. But I'd like to see them beat the Phillies. I really would. Here's Billingham now. He faced 8 batters in the first, allowed 3 runs, and then got into trouble again and got out of it. Jenkins will lead it off, a 2 WR. Here's Billingham, the wind-up and the pitch to Ferguson. 2-8, he struck him out. That's the second strikeout for Jack. 1 down, and Don Kessinger singled and scored on the 3-run home run by Santo. Actually, that was a 2-run home run. I am so sorry. Yeah. Yes. 1 run scored on the sacrifice by Williams. Here's Kessinger. Looks like they're going to proceed to vote to oust McCarthy, the Speaker of the House. First time in 100 years there's been such a vote. I think it failed 100 years ago. I'm not certain. So that's what we're watching right now. We're here at the Studio B on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. We're trying to cover all important news events for you, so you don't have to. Here's Kessinger, switch hitter batting left. Billingham. That's 4-9, left-handed, struck him out. 3rd strikeout for Billingham now. 2 outs, and Glenn Beckert is the batter. Now, he's a tough guy to strike out. It's got to be on the pitcher's card. I think he does not have a strikeout on his card, period. He is notoriously hard to strike out. He only struck out 24 times in 543 at-bats. Two outs. The pitch to Beckert. That's 1-6 right-handed, and there's a base hit by Beckert, his second of the ball game. So Glenn's on first with 2 down, and here comes Billy Williams. One of the best hitters in the game, consistently, year after year. Billy Williams had a sacrifice fly in the first. It's 2 down. Beckert with a short lead off first. And here's the pitch to Williams. That's 2-7 right-handed. Grounds it to second. He was not being held. Had to say it anyway. And the side is retired. So no runs for the Cubs in the bottom of the second. One hit, the single by Beckert. He was left on. We've gone 2. It's still a 3-1 ball game. We move to the top of the third. Ferguson takes the mound. He struck out the side in order in the second. Allowed 1 run in the first. It'll be top of the order here. Jesus steps up. He flew to left in the first. All right, Ferguson is ready. And here's the pitch to Jesus. There's a spinner for you. Whoa, that's a good one. 1-6. And he grounds it to short for Kessinger. And he throws to Mr. Cub, Ernie Banks, for the first out in the top of the third. Indeed. Here's Joe Morgan now. Grounded to first in the first. Right now, the House debating ahead of the vote to oust Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. The debate has started. Here's Jenkins, the pitch to Morgan. That's 2-12 right-handed. He walked him, and that's not what you want to do there, Ferguson. You don't want to put Morgan on, but he did. He's a 1-12 with Hundley, though. Hundley, very good arm. He was out for a few games, and Lord, they missed him. So it's Morgan on first, 1 out. Jimmy Wynn is the batter. He singled and scored in the first. There were 3 straight singles by the Stros in the first. Jenkins now from the stretch. He keeps an eye on Morgan. And he throws it back to first. Morgan back safely. Okay, Jenkins is ready from the stretch. It's fouled back and out of play by Wynn. It's a full count on Jimmy Wynn. 1 out, Morgan on first. And the payoff pitch from Jenkins. That's 3-4 right-handed. That's hit deep by Wynn. Oh my. Deep to left, and it's gone. A 2-run home run by Jimmy Wynn, and that's going to tie up this ball game. That's why they call him the toy cannon. He can knock one out. He may not be the biggest guy in the world, but Lord, he knocked that the hell out of here. Jimmy Wynn with a 2-run blast on a 3-2 pitch, 3-4 against the right-hander, and that's clean as a baby's ass. So it's a 3-3 ball game. And for Win, that is home run number 24. I'm going to guess he had 21. I'm just guessing. Wow, 33 frickin' home runs. And he's underperforming. Wow. Lord. That's number 24 for Win. And here comes Norm Miller. It's 1 out, nobody on. All tied now at 3. Miller singled in the first. Jenkins gets the sign from Hundley. He's set down the pitch. That's 2-6 right-handed, walked him. Miller takes first, 1 down, and Kurt Blefary the batter. All right, Jenkins. Here's the pitch to Blefary. That's 1-6, and that's hit deep by Blefary. Deep to right, and that's gone. A 2-run home run off Jenkins. And that'll put the Astros ahead now, 5-3. My goodness, Kurt Blefary with his second and third runs batted in for the ball game. Got lots of action in this ball game thus far in the early stage. Kurt Blefary with his 12th of the season. He had third 12 in real world. He's a little bit ahead of his pace. That was a line drive home run to right field. That's 4 runs. It was a walk, a home run, a walk, and then another home run. One out, nobody on. That's the good news for the Cubs. Jenkins hit hard here in the third, allowing two run home runs. Five 5-3 Houston now. Here's Mankey. One more run this inning, and Jenkins has reached fatigue. 5, that's a super advanced version, I believe. 5-9, super advanced rule. 5-9 right-handed. Grounds it to short Kessinger. He's a 2. That's 6-2. He throws him out. That'll be 2 away. The wind is blowing out, but very gently. From home to the outfield, you're right, Maurice, but it's a gentle, supple wind. It's like 5 miles an hour. Certainly isn't going to hurt anything on fly balls. It's 2 outs now. And here's Doug Rader. Raiders struck out in the second. The pitch from Jenkins. That's 2-9 right-handed, and he struck him out. And that will retire the side. 4 runs for Houston on 2 2-run home runs. And we're in the middle of the third. It's Houston 5, Chicago 3. Well, Cubs still in this ball game. They trail by 2, still early. Here's Billingham. And Captain Ron Santo will lead it off. Santo homered, a 2-run home run in the first. His 18th of the season. Okay, Billingham now is ready. Hey, Rick. I usually come back and say, I just went to the bathroom. Did I miss anything? Yeah, you missed a 4-run inning. 2 2-run home runs by Houston, by Wynn and Blefary. It's 5-3 Houston. Okay, here's the pitch to Santo. That's 2-7 right-handed. He walked him. So Billingham was very, very careful pitching to Ron Santo there. He'll be on first. Here's Ernie Banks. Tell you, he's a good bunter. Ernie. You know, you could have asked me to hold on while you went to the bathroom, you know? Be like a, what do they call it? A commercial timeout, you know? They have those. If you ever go to a live NFL game, I went to a Monday night game, and we had a TV with us, and we were seeing that these were commercial timeouts. Wondering, like, why are they not playing? And then we realized there's a commercial going on. That's crazy. Banks steps in now. Yeah, he is going to lay it down. I know they're down by 2, but I can't resist. He's an A bunter. Now he'll be a B. It's Santo on first. Billingham from the stretch. Here's the pitch to Banks. He's a B. Oh, it's a beauty, and he beats it out. Oh, my. Even though he doesn't have speed, it was such a good bunt that Ernst beat that out. And the Cubs have first down, second, nobody out. And Jim Hickman is the batter. Been quite a ball game. These first 3 innings have been action-packed. Oh, did he say that, Ernie? Kathy, I didn't know that. That's nice. I loved Ernie Banks. You know, I never heard anybody say anything bad about Ernie. You know? Just the nicest guy. So it's first and second. Now Jim Hickman is the batter. Billingham from the stretch. And the pitch to Hickman. That's 6-3 right-handed. Grounds it back to Billingham. He's a 3-17. That'll be a 7-3. That'll be a 17. Billingham boots it for an error. And that will load the bases. Jack Billingham couldn't find the handle on it. I think he tried to throw it too soon, and he just could not get the handle. Second error for the Stros today. First was by shortstop Dennis Menke. Let's play 2. He said that all right, supposedly. Now it's bases loaded for the Cubs. Nobody out. Infield back. They'll concede a run for 2 outs. Here's Randy Hundley singled in the first. I'll tell you, these first 3 innings have been full of action. We've had a player thrown out at the plate. We've had 3 home runs. We've had Someone striking out the side. That was Ferguson. We've had lots of action in these first 3 innings. It's bases loaded, nobody out. Hundley at the plate. Here's Billingham, full windup, and the pitch to Hundley. That's 6-8 right-handed. Whoa, that's a base hit. No, it's extra bases. It's going to be a bases clearing triple for Hundley. Oh my. Santos scores, Banks scores, Hickman scores. His run is unearned. 3 runs knocked in by Hundley with a triple. Let's look at it again. 6-8, triple 1-3. It was a 1. And now it's going to be a 6-5 ball game. Just what they needed to go ahead here, the Cubs. There's still nobody out. The manager has come out to talk to Billingham just to calm him down. He's not going to take him out. Ray and Gladding pitched in Real World. This is a close one. Gladding is a decent reliever as far as the Astros go. And Jim Ray is a decent reliever. A triple by Hundley. Boy, they're both right-handers. We'll have Ray warming at this point. We don't need 2 right-handers warming. And they're going to stay in the game here. It's Hundley on third, nobody out. Don Young is the batter. Whew. Infield is back. Here's Billingham now. The pitch to Young. That's 6-9 right-handed. Whoa. Deep. And that's a 2-run home run by Don Young. Oh my. And that's going to be it for Jack Billingham. They've had it, even though Jenkins is due up. A 2-run home run by Don Young. Let's look at that again. 6-9 right-handed, 1-18. He's got the power. It was a 15. And that will be 5 runs. That's 8-5 now. Young had 6 in Real World. And in our replay, that is number 4 for Don Young. Nice to see Don connect on something. So like I said, lots of action here in the first 3. That's it for Billingham, knocked out. It's going to be Jim Ray coming in. No outs here in the 3rd. We can close him out. 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 earned. And Jim Ray is the batter. The pitcher, I'm sorry. The new pitcher, Jim Ray. Oh, is that right, Rick? He was traded when? I guess after, huh? After this? Okay, here's Ray now taking his warm-ups. A little break in the action. It's now an 8-5 ball game. 5 runs, if you, as I follow the super advanced rule, 5 runs put the pitcher in fatigue, and I don't remember reading any mention that unearned don't count. So There's your 5 runs. He's out. Jim Ray will come in, and they may let him hit next inning in hopes of giving him a chance to pitch some baseball here. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know how the Astros manager thinks. But it is Ferguson Jenkins coming up. Two home runs for the Cubs today. Santo and now Young. 2 home runs for the Astros. Wynn and Blefary in the same inning. And here's Ferguson, still nobody out here in the bottom of the 3rd. This has been a long inning. Okay, after 71. All right, Jim Ray is ready. Here's the pitch to Ferguson. That's 5-7. Right-handed. And oh my Lord, that's a double by Jenkins. Oh boy, the Cubs are hitting. Now even Jenkins gets into it. It was just a nice line drive hit into left center. Jenkins standing on second. Nobody out still. Here's Kessinger. Top of the order. Still nobody out. The Cubs have hit safely or reached base or hit safely 6 in a row here in the 3rd. Kessinger switch hitter batting left against Ray. Here's the pitch to Kessinger. That's 6-7 left-handed. Grounds it to second for Morgan, 323. (13-3), and he throws him out. Jenkins will hold. 1 out. That's the first out of the inning. Now Glenn Beckert. Jim Ray now. Beckert 2 for 2, 2 singles. The pitch to Beckert. That's going to be 6-7 right-handed. Again, it's a ground ball to second for Morgan, 323. That's a 6-3, and he throws him out. And that's 2 away. And Billy Williams is the batter. Williams, the 9th batter this inning. A sacrifice fly in the first, grounded to second in the second. It's Ferguson on second, 2 down. 5 runs in. And the pitch from Ray. That's 5-7. Right-handed, grounds it to second again for Morgan. Three ground balls, and the side is retired. But 5 runs, 1 of them was unearned, and we've gone 3 innings. It's 8-5 Cubs. We've gone 3 here. And it's going to be Edwards leading it off with Ferguson. I have a mind to let Ray hit. Blassingame and Womack pitched in the last game. Gladding is available, and there's others available. Also available would be Lord Ron Willis. That's about it. So I think we'll let him hit. in hopes that he can pitch. I don't know what you all think about it. It's a Kathy Harden method, which I like, where you don't jump and pinch hit every time. So we will let Ray hit. He is a 1 WR. We'll let Ray hit here and pitch a few innings. It's going to be Edwards leading it off. We'll take a break for about 2 to 3 minutes, folks, just so I can get my bearings straight. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, folks. You're watching a doubleheader. This is the first game. We're 3 innings in. It's 8-5 Cubs. Lots of action in these first 3 innings. Home runs, you name it. And when we come back, it'll be the top of the 4th for the Stros, with Johnny Edwards leading it off, Jenkins on the mound. My name's Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Lots of action coming at you today with this doubleheader. We'll play the second game about 15 minutes after the first. And we bring it all to you here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Tomorrow, we're looking at maybe a morning game. Let's see what we got here. On the 1969 replay schedule, using Baseball Reference, we use the same lineups. It's going to be the Oh, we got a snoozer. It'll be the Senators at the Royals. It'll be Casey Cox. He's a good pitcher. Starting for the Senators, Howard is in the lineup. And for the Royals, it will be Roger Nelson. And that looks like a good game to play in the morning for me. A snoozer, and it may wake us up. Stand by, everybody. It's Strat-O-Matic doubleheader today. Holy cow. Yeah, Rick. You know, something like that, I like to see that, Rick, because that confirms to me that stuff you see like that in Strat-O-Matic can be realistic. If I kept Billingham in for 8 innings, allowing 9 runs on 17 hits, you'd say he needed to be taken out earlier. Maybe he did. But this kind of stuff happens in baseball. And every time I see something unusual, I mean that deviates significantly from norms, I say, well, could this really happen? I'm not sure this could happen in real world. And then I stop and say, oh, sure it can. Because it really could. If you look at the stuff that happens in real world, it's stranger than fiction. So, and he threw a lot of pitches too in 8 innings. My God, I wonder how many pitches he threw. So thanks for that tidbit. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And I want to thank you again, Rick, for providing these very interesting information bits, as well as everybody else who does so. It really helps a lot. It helps contextualize what we're doing. I really appreciate it. Oh. Well, we are back, and we had a action-filled first three innings in this ball game. It's 8-5 Cubs. I wouldn't be surprised if Ray and Jenkins now get into a duel. That's the way sometimes things go here. Oh. I'm going to get a cup of coffee and we'll get going here. It'll be Ferguson facing Edwards to start it off. This is the first game of our doubleheader, folks. We'll be broadcasting both games. The coffee will run out eventually. And then it'll be time for the other stuff. Okay, Ferguson now. He allowed a run in the first. And then 4 runs in the third on two run home runs. In the third. It's going to be Johnny Edwards leading it off. Jenkins and Ray on the on-deck circle. All right, here's Jenkins. And the pitch to Edwards. That's 1-6, right-handed. He walked him. So Edwards is on. And here is Ray. He's a 1 WR. He's a B bunter. We'll have him lay it down. It's early. Jim Ray, the reliever here. He's a B bunter. Infield in, he'll be a C. You're looking for a high number for a successful bunt. Looking here on this C column. Here's the pitch from Ferguson. That's 9, although I don't think that's going to work. It's a dribbler right in front of the plate, picked up by Hundley, and he throws to second to get Edwards. So that's as good as a force out. It's 1 out, and now Ray is on. First base, and here's Jesus Alou. Jesus 0 for 2. Jesus flew to left and grounded to short. Maybe there'll be a late afternoon rally on the market. Recoup some losses. Here's Jenkins. And the pitch to Jesus. That's 3-7 right-handed, and that is a base hit by Jesus. Ray goes to third. So Houston threatening. First and third with one down, and here's Morgan. Infield back for the double play to end the inning. A fly ball can bring Ray home. Morgan, left-handed hitter. Pitch to Morgan, 4-8 left-handed, and that is a base hit by Morgan. Ray scores. And Lou goes to third, and that's an 8-6 ball game now. First and third, still one out, and here's Jimmy Wynn, 2 for 2, singled, scored, and a 2-run home run in the third. It's Morgan on first, Jesus on third with 1 out and 1 in. Here's the pitch from Jenkins. 5-3 right-handed, fly ball right X. Hickman a 3-5. Oh, it's a base hit. Hickman couldn't get it. Jesus scores. Morgan goes to third. It's a 1-run ball game now. That's the 3rd run batted in for Wynn. He knocked 2 in with a home run in the 3rd. 2 runs in now. And it's an 8-7 game. What a game it is. If you don't mind good hitting and dubious pitching, it's first and third, still 1 out, and Norm Miller is the batter. There is action in the Cubs bullpen. Lots of people pitched in this game. Remember, it was a 10-9 game. Abernathy is warming. Aguirre is warming. He pitched. And Abernathy is warming. He's a right-hander. Got to save some people, though, for the second game if needed. Ferguson's first endurance is the 8th. First and third, still only 1 out. Norm Miller, the batter, singled and walked and scored on the home run by Bluffery. Still only 1 out. First and third, the pitch to Miller. That's 3-9 right-handed, struck him out. The 5th for Ferguson. It's 2 away now, and here's Kurt Bleffery, who homered, home run in the 3rd. He's 2 for 2, singled in a run. He's had 3 RBIs. Bleffery has knocked in 3. Wynn has knocked in 3. Houston down by 1 here, top of the 4th. Here's Bleffery now. Four, 6, left-handed, walked him. Oh, and that will load the bases. A lot of pitches thrown by Ferguson today. I don't have the exact count, but it's up there. He's walked 4, struck out 5. It's bases loaded, 2 outs for Menke, who's 0 for 2. Menke can open it up with a clutch hit here. Bases are full. Here's the pitch to Menke. That's 3-7. Right-handed, walks in a run. Jenkins. Oh. And out comes Leo. That's the 3rd run. And that's going to tie the ball game at 8. My goodness. You said Billingham allowed 9 in 8. Jenkins has allowed 8 in 4. And Doug Rader is the batter. They'll let him face Rader here to get out of this. Rader 0 for 2, struck out twice. If Jenkins cannot retire Rader, he'll be pulled. Now here's the pitch from Jenkins. That's 5-6 right-handed, and he grounds it to short. Kessinger throws to Banks, and the side is retired. 9 batters came to the plate. 3 runs were scored. And it's a back-and-forth ball game. It's tied now at 8. And here's Jim Ray now. Ray came in, he allowed a double, but that double was left on. He then retired 3 in order. He'll start his second relief inning. His endurance is 3. And it's going to be Santo to lead it off. It's 8-8. And I got to tell you folks, this has been a lots of hitting ball game. And a very exciting ball game, going back and forth like a seesaw. 6 errors, wow. Okay, Jim Ray in his second of 3 endurance innings. Santo leads it off, 2-run home run and a walk, and scored. Ray is ready, bottom of the 4th. The pitch to Santo. That's 1-4, right-handed, fly ball center field for win, and that's 1 out. Well, that's a good start. And Ernie Banks is the batter. Ernie struck out, singled, and scored. Okay, here's Ray now, the windup and the pitch to Ernie. That's 5-4 right-handed. Grounds it to third X for Rader. 327. (5-3) throws him out. So two away here, 2 in a row. That's a change. And here's Jim Hickman, 2 outs, nobody on, tie ball game. Both clubs working, struggling, if you will, to stay in these divisional races. Both 10 games behind, but it's early enough. for these clubs to make up ground and eventually win their divisions. It's not too late. Hickman is 0 for 2, reached twice on errors. The first one was by Menke. He was left on base. Then he reached on an error by starter Billingham and scored on the triple by Hundley. Ray gets the sign from Edwards now. And the pitch to Hickman. That's 4-8, right-handed, struck him out. So a good inning for Jim Ray. 1, 2, 3. We've gone 4. It's an 8-8 ball game. Well, Ferguson has some turning over to do. He needs to make some sort of adjustment here. He's allowed 8 runs in 4 innings. And I believe that Leo DeRocher, his patience is being tested here. He has 2 pitchers warming. Leading it off is Edwards here in the top of the 5th. It's a beautiful crowd here at Wrigley. I think they do enjoy the play here. It's sunny skies. It's about 76 degrees here on August 24. Like I said, a mild, supple breeze blowing from center to the outfield, from the home plate to the outfield. Jenkins on the mound now. Edwards steps in. He struck out and walked. Here's Jenkins now. The pitch to Edwards. That's 1-8 right-handed, grounds it to second for Beckert. And he throws to Ernie, and that's 1 away. And Ray will hit his second at bat. It's a tie ball game now. Again, Ray's endurance is the 3rd. He's pitched 2, but they're going to stay with him. Here's the pitch from Jenkins. Right-handed hitter, 3-8, and he struck him out. That's the 6th for Jenkins. 2 down now. Like I said, I said maybe these pitchers will settle down and get into a duel here in the middle innings. Ray retired the Cubs in the bottom of the 4th. Now Jenkins, 2 outs, no one on, top of the 5th. Jesus, the batter, 1 for 3, singled, scored. Absolutely, Kathy Harden. Maybe it will. That's what I love about baseball. Here's Jenkins. He gets the sign from Hundley and the pitch to Jesus. That's 4-8 right-handed, and it's a base hit for Jesus. A 2-out single, his second base hit of the ball game. Had a single in the 4th and scored. Jesus is on, and here's Joe Morgan. Morgan, 1 for 2. Walked and scored, singled and scored, and knocked in a run. I'll tell you who's going to be tired at the end of this doubleheader. It's going to be the catchers, because if they go all the way, that's going to be Edwards For Houston, Hundley for Chicago, both slated to start the second game. And they're in this game. Already lots of pitchers. Lots of pitchers, lots of crouching. Lou short lead off first 2 outs. Morgan at the plate, the pitch, 4-6. He walked him. First and second with 2 outs. Jenkins is just not pitching a good game today, but they've been staying with him. Very patient, my goodness. They wonder how long will they let him keep going. It's first and second, 2 outs. Here's Wynn at the plate. That's 3-7 right-handed, and that is a double down the line. It's in the gap. Oh my, Wynn 4 for 4. Lou scores. Morgan goes to third. That's the 4th run batted in for Wynn. Let's see if Morgan comes home. That was to center. Young a 0. Morgan scores. No throw. 5 runs batted in for Jimmy Wynn. And here comes Leo out to the mound after Jenkins allows his 10th run in this ball game. Absolutely. That's it for Ferguson, even though he's due up next inning. Ferguson, loser now of record, 4 2/3. He allowed 10 hits. He walked 6, struck out 6, and he is allowed 10 runs. He's responsible for a win. We'll just put that on. If Wynn scores, we'll just make it 11. Coming up is Norm Miller, and the Cubs will bring in the left-hander to face Miller, Hank Aguirre. Hank Aguirre, the left-hander, was warming. He comes out to the mound. It's 2 outs with Wynn on second, 2 runs in. It's 10-8, Houston. So it's gone back and forth. But that was a lot of runs. How do you like that, Rick? You have Billingham in real world, 9 runs in 8 innings, 17 hits. Jenkins, 10 runs in 4 2/3 innings and 10 hits. Okay, Aguirre is ready. He's a southpaw, and Norm Miller, a left-handed hitter, lefty here. 2 outs. Wynn on second. He would be run 11. Here's Aguirre. That's 5-8. Left-handed, grounds it to second. Beckert, 230. 14-2, and he throws him out, and the side is retired. But another 2 runs for the Stros. Middle of the 5th. It's Houston 10, Chicago 8. But I'm going to tell you, I think this game is far from over. Jenkins is the loser of record. Ray the winner. And we're going to move to the bottom of the 5th. Jim Ray in his third inning, he has retired 6 in a row. He did allow the double to Jenkins in the third when he came in, where it was no outs. But he was left on. He retired the next 3 batters, then he retired the side in order in the fourth. We're moving to the bottom of the fifth, and we'll see if Aguirre hits here. Randy Hundley is the batter. Yeah. You're right about that, Rick. Orioles. Oh, you talking about Real World, Kathy Harden? Real World, yeah. No. Abernathy is ready in the Cubs bullpen, but I also see Rich Noy, a left-handed pitcher, warming. He has a 5.11 ERA, but he might be worth bringing in to face Blefary, just Blefary, in the top of the 6th. He's a left-handed hitter. Well, here's Randy Hundley. Hundley singled, was left on, tripled, home a run, and scored on Young's home run. It's Houston 10, Chicago 8. Here's the pitch to Hundley. That's 4-9 right-handed, struck him out. So Ray really looking sharp in relief here. Now Don Young. Okay, Ray is ready. And the pitch to Young. That's 6-8 right-handed. And that is a fly ball to center. Running for it is Jimmy Wynn, and he catches up with it just barely. That's 2 outs. And look at that. Aguirre will hit here with 2 outs. I know some of you may think that's strange, but I don't really think much of getting a pinch hitter with 2 outs, no one on. That's just my call. I should say that's Leo's call. Aguirre is a 3WS, and he steps into the box here with 2 outs and nobody on. And he'll get ready. He only pitched 1/3 in the 5th. Here's the pitch to Aguirre. Again, 3WS. 2-5, and he struck him out. And that will retire the side. 1-2-3 for Ray, who looks very good. He's retired 9 in order after letting up a double. Just what I had wondered could happen. Here's Aguirre now in his first full inning of relief. His endurance is the third inning, so that's not for a while. It's Houston by 2. Blefary comes up. He's 2 for 2, a single, knocked in a run, a 2-run home run, 3 runs batted in, walked and left on. So been a very, very productive ball game for Blefary. This will be lefty-lefty now. It's part of the reason why they kept Aguirre in the ball game. Aguirre takes his warm-ups. We're moving to the top of the 6th here. It'll be Blefary, Menke, and Rader. With the Astros by 2, I think it's time for coffee. Got a full cup and then just a little bit to top it off. And this will be the last coffee as we hit the witching hour. Woo! And I want to thank you all. This is the extent of my social interaction, except for maybe saying hello to a neighbor or two. Or interacting with someone at the supermarket, however it may be. So that's very good for me. The vote is now going whether to remove McCarthy as speaker. This is the first time in 100 years since there's been such a vote on the floor. I don't think that one 100 years ago was removed. If he is removed, that would be a precedent. And then you're going to have a circus seeing who's nominated. Oh. We move to the top of the 6th, and Aguirre trying to keep the Cubs in this ball game. Don't forget, people, this is a doubleheader. This is the first game. In game 2, it will be Don Wilson, an excellent pitcher for Houston, and then the Cubs will have Ken Johnson, who is a sort of a spot starter and a reliever. Hasn't pitched much. If I'm not mistaken, he threw a no-hitter for the Houston Colt 45s in their first season, maybe in like their 4th or 5th game. I don't know which game it was. Maybe the first game. And lost. But I'd have to go check on that. We move to the top of the 6th. It's Blefary leading it off. 2 for 2 with a walk. Lots of hitting today. 2 for 2 with a 2-run home run. And he's knocked in 3, I believe. Wynn has knocked in 5. My Lord. Okay, Aguirre now in his first full inning of relief. Blefary at the plate. Here's the pitch. That's 6-3, left-handed. It's a base hit by Blefary. The hits keep on coming. Blefary on first. Astros already lead by 2. Here's Dennis Menke. He's a B bunter. We'll have him lay it down. You know, when someone like a Tim Wakefield dies at 57, the first thought I have is my own mortality and the realization that I am very most definitely going to die someday. And then it just reminds me to not sweat the small stuff and try to enjoy the days that I do have. Otherwise, you waste them. Okay, if you waste them fretting about inevitable death, then you end up wasting life. That's not to mention I don't think about death. I think about it, though, in a way that can give me hope, give me clarity. And I really mean that. This is not meant to be morbid. Okay, Blefary on first to lead it off, and here's Menke now. He's going to lay it down. He's a B bunter. But actually, we'll have him hit away. Changed my mind. If I had rolled the die to see how the infield was in, then it would have been too late. But not until then. I can always turn it back. He gets a new sign, hit away. Here's the pitch to Menke. That's 110 left-handed. Base hit up the middle. Blefary, 1-12, will hold. First and second now off Aguirre. And Doug Rader is the batter. And here comes Leo. That's it for Aguirre. They had no hitter and lost 1-0. Wow. Yeah. Oh, 64. Okay. Well, that's coming up in our 64 replay, that game. That'll be in a while, but it'll be fun. That's it for Aguirre. They kept him in to face the left-hander Blefary. I heard. Gigi, I heard. Isn't that the saddest thing? And I bet, how much you want to bet they have children? Oh, the suffering in the world. It turns out that Maguire pitched 1/3 of an inning. He allowed 2 hits, responsible for first and second, and it's going to be Ted Abernathy, who pitched in real world in this game. They had a lot of pitchers in this game. It was a 10-9 game, so it's not much different than the way this is. It's kind of similar. Abernathy takes the mound. Aguirre responsible for first and second, nobody out. Abernathy will try to get the Cubs out of this. Here is Doug Rader. First and second, nobody out. Abernathy. The votes are coming in to remove McCarthy. That's history, folks. Poor people. God. Abernathy from the stretch. The pitch to Rader. 2-8, right-handed. Fly ball to left field. For Billy Williams, he's under it, he throws it in, and the runners hold. That'll bring up Johnny Edwards. The question is, will Ray hit? And I say stay with him if he's pitching good baseball, which he is, with a 10-8 lead. Here's Edwards now. Edwards struck out, walked, and grounded to second. But boy, he's had a busy day catching all those pitches from Houston pitchers. It's a close vote, 43 yay, 36 nay, to remove Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Here's Edwards at the plate. The pitch from Abernathy. That's 2-8, right-handed. Grounds it to short. Kessinger to Becker to Banks. And the side is retired. No runs. Abernathy gets him out of it along with Kessinger and company in that infield. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left. We've gone 5.5 in what I would say is a very, very pleasant ball game for me. I think he won 200. Well, 200 games is 200 games. You know what I mean? That's great pitching. It's 10-8 Houston. Jim Ray due up next inning. He's coming out here for his 4th relief inning. This will be his 2nd endurance inning. He's fresh as a daisy. And it'll be the top of the order for the Cubs. They need some runs. Cubs scored 3 in the first, 5 in the third. They trail Houston 10-8. I'll tell you, I think regardless of how they feel the outcome is going, the Cubs fans here are getting their money's worth in terms of action today. It may not be pretty, but it's pretty good action here. Pretty entertaining baseball. Kessinger will lead it off. Oh, that's a lot of wins, Maurice. Absolutely. And I say 200 for anybody is a lot of wins. Okay, Ray has retired 9 in order. Again, he allowed the double to Jenkins in the third with no outs after 5 runs came in, one of them unearned. And then he retired the side in order, 9 in a row now, and he'll face Kessinger. And Ray is the winner of record. Jenkins the loser. Did it change? Jenkins allowed 10 runs. Yeah, it never changed. He's still a loser. Here's Kessinger to lead it off. Well, I think they're going to vote to move him out, I think, Kathy. You know, the only way I think that the minority leader, Jeffries, put it very well. If Getz and the Republicans come to them for help, they will negotiate, but there'll have to be concessions. But they're not going to initiate and I think it's not good for the country, but the disruption, but I say, why vote him in? Remove his ass. Okay, he's a charlatan. And I'm sorry, folks, if you are offended. I don't want to get into political debates, they're not caving. It's 69-67 removal. This could be a close vote, but I think you have Republicans and Democrats who are voting for removal. We'll have to see. What Democrat would want to keep him in? My God. Okay, we move to the bottom of the eighth, Jim Ray now. Facing Kessinger, this is his second endurance inning. Kessinger 1 for 3. Singled, scored in the first. Here's the pitch from Ray. That's 2-6, right-handed. He walked him. So there's the first base runner, since he allowed a double to Jenkins to start off his stint. Kathy Harden for the Cubs. Kessinger on first. Here's Beckert now. We're going to have Glenn hit away. 2 for 3 today. And there's action in the Houston bullpen. It's Gladding, and he pitched in this game in real world. Fred Gladding, I believe he's a right-hander. Yeah, Gigi. Some people are talking about that they'll nominate him again. They'll nominate Getz again. So it's a, you know, it's such a silly exercise. But this is democracy. It's not pretty sometimes, you know. Here's Glenn Beckert now at the plate. Kessinger on first. Beckert, the tying run at the plate. It's 10-8 Houston. Ray from the stretch. Yes, Kathy. The pitch to Beckert. That's 1-8, right-handed. Grounds it to short. Kessinger was not being held, and that's going to be a double play. Turned by Mankey over to Morgan to Bleffery, and that's 2 outs, nobody on. Here in the bottom of the 6th. It's close. It's 82-81 removal. (83-82), and now it's tied at 83. This one will be close. I don't know if you don't. I don't think you need 2/3. I could be wrong, folks. Anything I say, folks, please understand it's prefaced as tentative and possibly wrong. Williams 0 for 2, a sacrifice fly in the first that brought in a run. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Ray. And the pitch to Williams. That's 4-9 left-handed. It's a base hit up the middle for Williams. And now Santo has a chance to tie this ball game. He's already hit a 2-run home run. He walked and scored and flew to center. 2 runs batted in today. It's 2 outs. Williams on first. The vote is close at this time. Here's Ray. Is that right, Gigi? Then that's not going to happen. It's simply not going to happen unless there's pending votes. Here's the pitch to Santo. 6-9 right-handed, hit deep by Ronald. Oh my, it's going and it's gone. Ron Santo with a 2-run home run, a 2-out clutch 2-run home run. That's going to tie this ball game at 10. Oh my, and that's 4 runs batted in for Santo. Oh my, and that is number 19 for Ron. And boy, that has woken up this crowd at Wrigley. Oh my, oh my. Two home runs today for Santo. Just what they needed, and that was off of Ray's card. It's a 10-10 ball game. How do you like that? Now it's 2 outs, nobody on. They'll keep Ray in hopes that he could finish off this inning, and I'm pretty confident that Houston will have a pinch hitter for Ray in the top of the 7th. Ernest comes up now. It's now a 10-10 game. And the fans are very excited. Okay, Banks 1 for 3. Ray, the windup and the pitch to Banks. That's 4-8. Oh, by the way, he's reached fatigue. I'm going to have to go with this. I missed that, but he has fatigued. 4-8 right-handed. Struck him out despite the fatigue, and that happens. 4th strikeout for Ray in his stint. Compared to everybody else, he pitched pretty good baseball. And that'll be it for Jim Ray. Ray ended up pitching 4 innings, allowing 3 hits. He walked 1, struck out 4, and allowed 2 runs, which include the tying run. And yes, I missed that. It's rare, but I missed it. But we carry through with it and take responsibility for it. But fortunately, Banks struck out. 2 for the Astros, 2 runs for the Cubs here in the bottom of the 6th. And the score is Houston 10, Cubs 10. It's anybody's ball game now. That's going to be it for Ray, and Gladding will be the next pitcher. He's warming. Gladding warming in the bullpen. This has been a very exciting ball game. Ray due up to lead it off. There'll be a pinch hitter for Ray. He's reached fatigue anyway. Gladding will be the new pitcher. Let's see who the pinch hitter will be. Meanwhile, Abernathy is the Cubs pitcher. Abernathy pitched 1 inning. He allowed a 2-run home run to, he threw a fly ball left out and then a double play. So here's his 2nd inning. Let's see who's coming in. No power outage today, indeed. No way. Coming in to hit, it's going to be Marty Martinez. 308 hitter, had 198 runs at bats. Marty Martinez. And we'll do the top of the 7th, and we will take a 7th inning stretch for about 3 to 5 minutes. Abernathy in his 2nd inning of relief. His endurance is 3. Here's Marty Martinez for Houston. Switch hitter batting left against Abernathy. 10-10. Tie ball game. Okay, here's Abernathy and the pitch to Martinez. That's 1-5 right-handed, and that's a drive hit out And it's a base hit for Martinez. He's the go-ahead run. He's a 1-12. I suppose we'll let him run. I mean, I don't know who they got. If I could find a shitty hitter, I can get 2 more on that. He's a 1-12. I can go with Leon McFadden at 1-14, and he can't hit. I think we'll just. Here's a guy I hardly ever use, Gary Geiger, who's a 1-14. So I'll do it just for the hell of it. I know it's a long shot that it would matter, but Leon McFadden will come in to run for Martinez. I'm not going to write it down. So McFadden 1-14 on first. And Jesus comes up. He's 2 for 4. Singled twice, scored twice. So Jesus, a C bunter, we'll let him hit away. I see no indication that a 2/3 vote is needed. But you could be right there, Gigi. Right now it's tied, it's neck and neck. Already. Here's Jesus now. McFadden on first, running for Martinez, nobody out. Here's the pitch from Abernathy. That's 3-8 right-handed, and that's a grounder to short, forcing McFadden. Jesus is safe. It's 1 out. Now Joe Morgan. God, Morgan, 1 for 2, 2 walks, scored 3 times. Had a base hit, knocked in a run. Abernathy, the 3rd pitcher for the Cubs. This is his 2nd inning of relief. Abernathy from the stretch on the pitch to Morgan. That's 4-4 left-handed, catcher acts. Hundley 1-3. This may come in handy for the Cubs. 1-3, 1-1. It's a pass ball followed by a foul out. So Jesus goes to Christ. I had a little reconnect there. I'm back. I am back now. Happens every once in a while. Okay, Abernathy trying to get out of this. 2 down. Jesus in scoring. Win. I'm sure his concern is not getting a triple. It's getting a base hit. At least a nice piece of that ball. Here's Abernathy, the pitch to win. That's 3-6 right-handed. It's hit deep. To right field, going back is Hickman at the warning track on the IV. He makes the catch, and the side is retired. So in the top of the 7th for the Astros, it's no runs. 1 hit, a pass ball, and Jesus left on base. It's still a 10-10 ball game. And the new pitcher is Fred Gladding. Fred Gladding for the Astros will come in. And we will take a break. It's the 7th inning stretch. This is an opportunity to do whatever you got to do. Powder your nose. Go to the lavatory. Check your email, whatever you got to do. We'll be away for about 5 minutes here. It's been a great game. And this is just the first game of a doubleheader today, and I'm determined to play the second one. Indeed, I am. It's already 4:31 p.m. I'm ready. I'm done with the coffee. And I'm just having a real good time feeling. Okay, it's not Gigi. Okay, so look at that. It's close. Yeah. You know, I am a fan. It's my Gigi. It's my nihilistic side to me. I love chaos. Okay. Now, when it affects me negatively, I'm not really in love with it. But generally, I love chaos. So I welcome this. See his ass booted. He's a charlatan. He claims he doesn't care. He could go down as the worst speaker of my lifetime. The most ineffective, speaker. So it's remove him by 3 votes right now. 3 votes, vote. 166 to 162, 4 votes now, 4 removals. And then I think the circus begins with them trying to nominate and vote on a new Speaker of the House. And let's not forget that person is 3rd in line. So we're going to take a little break. I don't know how much longer these votes are going on. 235 are in. There's about, 200 more votes expected, I believe. The House looks pretty full right now. And we'll see what happens. We're going to give you all the blow-by-blow. As far as real world Major League Baseball, the Texas Rangers are in Tampa Bay for the first game of their ALWC, and Texas leads it 2-0. I've watched a lot of Tampa Bay because I get them on Bally. I get them and the Marlins, and I kind of liked some of their play. I hate their stadium, but I like their play. Now it's opened up to a 10-point lead for removal. That's 2-0 Texas. Toronto and Minnesota warming up and starting shortly. So we try to give you all the pressing news. There is so much. I want to tell you, when you look at the punditry in politics, for good reason, I might say, there is so much cynicism. And I can understand that. Folks, I'm enjoying myself. I'm feeling, that Klonopin really hit the spot, Kathy, and I don't overuse it. But that has really helped me, along with the social interactions that I'm having with all of you here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, and this the first of a doubleheader. So it's really a combination. A dose of Klonopin and a dose of Strat-O-Matic 1969 Baseball Live. I'm going to take a break for a few minutes, and when I come back, we'll see what happens. It's a 12-point lead for removal of Kevin McCarthy. I'll be back. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. And I appreciate so, I don't want to sound desperate, but I appreciate so much you all being here. Thank you. Makes it all worthwhile. This wouldn't mean anything to me alone. And I mean that. There's always a chance that I could get a phone call from my son anytime today. He promised to call me for a quick call. And if that happens, remember, family first here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. This game would be paused, ended, this broadcast would be ended, and then I'll resume without missing a pitch shortly after my phone call. Thank you very much. The lead has opened up to 201 yay, 186 nay on removal of the Speaker of the House. I'm going to take the garbage out. I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. It's a 10-10 ball game. Oh. It's a 16-point lead, 16-vote lead. It's widening. I want to see his ass removed. Well, we have a little break in the action. I got to tell you, I think, Kathy, I think that Klonopin also helped relieve my lower back pain, which I've been plagued with for 2 days now. Advil helps. It's been worse in the past, but this has really helped. I think there's something to that. And I'm gonna take my medicine right now. I hope you all understand. And I don't know the name of this strain, but I'm calling it Summer in Paris. That's what I'm calling it. And we really hope you've been enjoying I hope you've been enjoying this ball game even somewhat as much as I have. Some real interesting situations here. Jimmy Wynn, 4 for 5, a home run, 2 singles, a double, 5 runs batted in. Leffery with 3 runs batted in. Ron Santo with 4 runs batted in. He hit 2 2-run home runs. Hundley has 3 knocked in. Young has 2 knocked in. The pitching has been less than appreciative. 4, 5. Let's see. Abernathy came in. I brought Abernathy in 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I brought him in here. And this will be his 3rd inning. And that will be his first endurance inning. So, exactly, Kathy Harden, exactly. This has been one of the best outcomes on the Klonopin that I've had in my life, because it's just the overall well-being is wonderful. And it's over. Kevin McCarthy has been removed as House Speaker. He's the first ever, if I'm not mistaken. And now let the circus begin. Kevin McCarthy is out. I'll just be a few more minutes here for me to take my medicine. Exactly, Kathy. More relaxed, much calmer. And now the fun begins in the House of Representatives of the United States Congress to see what they do now. Oh. Looking at real world baseball, we have the wild card series going on. And there are 2 games going. Texas 4, Tampa Bay nothing in the first game. And Toronto, Minnesota scoreless, bottom of the first. We like to keep you updated. I have no interest in watching it. Again, I might put Miami at Philly on later tonight. And we thank you for being with us. When we get into championship series and World Series, even division series, I will stagger the games from our Strat-O-Matic replays not to conflict, or at least I'll do my best to do so. Well, I took my medicine. We have a 10-10 ball game, and the third pitcher for Houston, Fred Gladding, a right-hander, will take the mound. It'll be Hickman, Hundley, and Young. Garbage has already been taken out. Okay, here's Gladding. He's ready. Hickman 0 for 3, reached on an error twice, scored once, and struck out. Here's the pitch to Hickman. That's 5-11. Right-handed base hit, Jim Hickman, to lead it off. So Hickman's on. Go ahead run, and here's Randy Hundley. Hundley's an A bunter, but I'll tell you, Cubs have action in their bullpen. They used Reagan, they used Selma, they used Nye. I'd rather not use Nye with a 5.11 ERA. Reagan is a possibility. He's warming, he's a right-hander. But also Selma is a possibility. He's a better pitcher, I guess, and by a little bit at least. And we'll let him warm up. Actually, they're about the same. I'll have Phil Reagan warming for the Cubs. Hundley comes up here with Hickman on first, Gladding in his first inning of relief. Whoa, and Hundley is going to lay it down. He's an A bunter. And the infield is in. Now he's a B. Here's the pitch from Gladding. That's 9B, and it's hit to third base. Raiders' only play is to first. Hickman goes to second. It's 1 out. The go-ahead run is in scoring position. Here's Don Young now. Don hit a home run, a 2-run home run. He's 2 for 3. He also singled in the first. It's Hickman on second with 1 out. Here's Young. And the pitch to Young. That's 6-7 right-handed. Base hit up the middle. Hickman scores. And the Cubs go ahead. That's the 3rd run batted in for Don Young today. And that's going to make an 11-10 ball game. It was 10-9 in real world. Cubs. Now Young on first, 1 down. And Abernathy is the batter. See what they're going to do with that. They're going to have a hitter for Abernathy. Okay. 4-5. Abernathy pitched 2. He's the winner of record here. He allowed 3 hits, no walks, no strikeouts, and most importantly, no runs. So that's it for Abernathy, and Phil Reagan, who's been warming, is going to come in. There's going to be a hitter here with 1 out. And Young on first, 1 in already. Let's see what's going to be now. Yeah, Paul Popovich pitched in this, pinch hit in this game in real world, and he'll pinch hit here. He didn't pinch hit, believe it or not, I don't know why, he pinched hit for Hundley, but that's another story. But Popovich will hit here for Abernathy with Reagan warming. That's Reagan without an A, without 2 A's, just 1 A. So Popovich, a switch hitter, he did a very good job filling in for Beckert when he sprained his wrist back in, I think it was May, maybe June. Popovich steps into the batter's box, and yeah, we're seeing history here, Kathy Harden. It's like kind of fun to not get obsessed on it, but take note of historical events that are happening in real worlds, including baseball. Okay, Gladding, this is his first inning. He's already allowed the go-ahead run, making him the loser of record. Abernathy the winner of record. And Reagan would go for the save if he can pitch 2 innings. Here's Popovich now. Short lead by Young off first, 1 out. Here's the pitch to Popovich. That's 6 wild. It is wild, Kathy. I was thinking of what you were saying. That's 6 wild, 11. Left-handed. Grounds it to second, forcing Young. So that'll be 2 outs. Popovich on first. Pulls a fair runner. So he'll stay on first here. And Don Kessinger is the batter. This is I guess you could, it's not a clutch situation, but a clean double could bring him home. There's one there, there's one there. And some of you may question some of my managerial decisions, but Nate Oliver is coming in to hit in case they hit one of those doubles. He's a 1-16. You know, Popovich 1-14. That could make the difference in the ball game. So Nate Oliver comes out on first. He is an A. No, he's an E stealer. Okay. So it's only 2 outs. 2 outs. And Nate Oliver on first, and here's Kessinger. 1 for 3, a walk. He singled and scored in the first on a sacrifice fly by Williams. Here's Gladding trying to get out of this. And the pitch to Kessinger. That's 2-6 right-handed. Walked him. So that'll be first and second. Now there's a runner in scoring. It's Nate Oliver. This is wild. This game is playing itself, entertaining us on its own volition. Here's Glenn Becker, 2 for 4. You know, everybody has made a contribution. I just scanned this. Everybody, including Jenkins, even though nothing came of his double, excluding maybe Aguirre when he hit. But, you know, everybody has made a contribution, and the same could be said for Houston with a quick scan, except Rader 0 for 4. You know, everybody. It's 2 outs now. It's Kessinger on first, Popovich on second. Oliver on second. And by the way, for you folks, well, some of you folks, I think a lot of you folks are not on Twitter or don't do Twitter. But if you search Don Kessinger on Twitter and then hit people, he's on. Has a very small following. And tweets rarely, but he says that he's Jesus. His life is about Jesus. So good for him that he's able to find something, whatever it may be. As long as it doesn't hurt other people, I think it's a good thing if you can find something in life. Here's Glenn Beckert now. Clutch situation now. And Gladding. 2 outs. The pitch to Beckert. And that's 1-4. And he pops it up to short. That's going to end the inning. Menke makes the catch and the side is retired. But the Cubs score 1 run. They were looking for insurance. And It's an 11-10 ball game. Cubs 2 hits, a walk, a sacrifice, and 2 left on. And after 7, it's Chicago 11, Houston 10. And I don't think Gladding was exactly on his game in that inning. Some opening jitters. Well, for Cubs fans, this game will rest on Phil Reagan. That's what I say. Okay, Phil Reagan will be the 4th pitcher for the Cubs. And Kathy Harden is for the Cubs. I'm, of course, for the Cubs, and I account for my bias quite nicely. Always reflecting, always questioning my motives, always looking for opportunities for whoever is in the field at bats. It's not a hard thing to do when you get in the role of it and you don't overthink it, okay? But it's important. While I'm playing the game, that most of my energy is focused on being for both teams and trying for both teams. And then underneath there, pushed down, but aware of pushing it down, is the wish for a team to, am I glad the Cubs have taken the lead? Sure. But I want to tell you something, how exciting would this frickin' game be if the Astros come back, okay? Cubs took the first, they were leading 3-1 after 1. And then the Astros scored a big 4 runs in the top of the 3rd to make it 5-3. But the Cubs, they matched that and raised it 1-5, and it was 8-5. Look, it just goes on and on. Then Houston ties it with 3 runs, 8-8. Then they take a 10-8 lead. Cubs then tie it 10-10. And here in the bottom of the 7th, on real small ball stuff, they scored a run. Hickman opened with a single. Hundley moved him to second with a sacrifice. Young singled. It was Young singled. He should have went to third. Let's see, that's 1 out, goes to second. That single here, he should have went to third on that single. Then we had the force out, and that's when the run scored. Okay, you see? I had to be careful there. Yeah. I just didn't have it documented the right way. It was 1 run. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. I don't know how that can be. So Phil Reagan, and we are at Chicago, and you want to know something? We do a fantasy replay here, and we aim for accuracy, and we aim for not no errors, but low errors, meaning mistakes that I make or the card makes. But because of the fantasy nature of the game, we don't buy into the myth that it has to be 100% perfect. And through our own predilection, we simply incorporate any errors into the game. And in doing so, it's a much more pleasurable ball game for me. Phil Reagan, will be coming out. He is if I'm not mistaken, he was on, I don't know if it was the Cubs or whom, and he was a starting pitcher back in the '64 replay. I don't remember which replay it was, but in any case, we are heading to the top of the 8th. And going back to why I brought that out with the fantasy, if this game goes into, it's now 5:11, that would be 4:11 in Chicago. I guess they don't need lights right now. It is a sunny day. But for the second game, they will need lights, and we will provide them. Even though in '69 they did not have lights. We're going to take what is called sort of a suspension of disbelief. And I can do that. I do that very well in fantasy to make it real. Well, it's going to be Miller, Blefary, and Menke here in the middle of the order, top of the 8th. The Astros down by 1. And this has been a back and forth ball game. Reagan is the new pitcher. Left-handed hitter facing Reagan, the righty now. Reagan is ready. That's going to be 110, right-handed, grounds it to first. And there's Ernie. He takes it himself to the bag, Ernie. Still really good at first base. He's a 2 still. He's a 2-4. And here's Kurt Blefary, who's had a good game. 3 for 3 and a walk, singled. I think he knocked 1 home there. And then he hit a 2-run home run, second of the inning for the Astros. He has 3 runs batted in, walked, singled left on. Very good ball game for Kurt. Now, Blefary is a left-handed hitter. Here's Phil Reagan now. Here's the windup and the pitch to Phil Reagan. From Phil Reagan, 4-7 left-handed. It's a base hit to right for Blefary. Boy, is he hitting today. And I feel good about it because he left Baltimore in uncertain territory, coming here to Houston, getting a chance. He's had problems with alcohol, and he will go on to develop multiple medical problems in his retirement, along with family problems. And then finally dying in January of 2001 at the age of 57 of complications from multiple problems, I believe. And at least he didn't have to see 9/11, huh? But I saw Blefary when, I don't know if he was on the '66 Orioles. I'll check. Yes, he was. He had 419 at-bats, 23 home runs. He hit 22 in '65, 22 in '67, 15 in '68. I think he was. And then they realized, I guess the Orioles realizes they didn't need him anymore. And he went and he played every day for the Astros. Hit .253 with 12 home runs and 37 runs batted in. I mean 67 runs batted in. That's not too bad for making a change like that. Sometimes you're not used to the pitching. He was eventually traded after '69 to the Yankees. Actually, at the end of '70, played there a couple years, and he played less and sort of tailed off and then faded away, having some very, very years where he didn't play much in the early '70s and finally retiring in '72. And very, very sad how his condition worsened. Severe alcohol misuse. And that's, so I feel good about Kurt Blefary. I think anybody, unless you're a totally, if you're physically abusive toward people, especially women, you're out, as far as I'm concerned. And any kind of violence, unprovoked violence. But I feel good about Kurt today. So Kurt is on first with one out. He has a short lead on first. Anybody out there? And here's Dennis Menke. He was on the Milwaukee Braves in our 64 replay, a novelty replay, special occasions. And 1911 is going to be a long time coming. I'm going to have to be in a very, very funky mood to do that. Right now, I'm not sure how the laws say it, but either McCarthy is technically in the position until they replace him, or the House does not have a speaker. And if it's that, then if both Clinton and, not Clinton, I'm so sorry, Biden and Harris die, then we may go then to, I think it's pro forma. It's someone who's not in the cabinet. They did that purposely. That's not a bad idea. And that would be another twist, but the entertainment for tonight will be the House floor. If they go ahead with it, they have to, as they try to get a revote on a speaker. And I say Hakeem Jeffries is my call. And that's, some people wouldn't even think about that. I like to think about things that maybe people wouldn't think about. Some people say there's no way he'd get the votes with a Republican thin majority. But let's not get into politics. Kathy Harden is there. Okay, here's Menke now. One out. It's Blefary on first. He takes a short lead. Reagan, first inning of relief, trying to protect this 11-10 lead by the Cubs in the first of a doubleheader. Here's the pitch to Menke. 6-7 right-handed, and there's a base hit by Menke. Down the line, past Santo, and that's picked up by Williams, thrown in. Blefary goes to second and holds. So here we go again now. Doug Rader now. 0 for 4. He's the only Astro who has not reached base on some way, even if it's a force. Even Ray Billingham didn't. But I mean, not counting pitchers. The pinch hitter Martinez single. This would be a chance for Rader to come through and try to begin a dissolving process of the legacy derived from Jim Bouton's book, Ball 4, that he once shit on a birthday cake in their clubhouse. I don't know whose birthday cake it was, but that's the story, and he never denied it. Rader did express in an interview regret that that's what people think of first. He excreted on a birthday cake in the clubhouse, and that is what I would call pretty aberrant behavior based on social norms in our most of our cultures. Okay, so therefore inappropriate, and it would come down to impulse control as far as I'm concerned. Even though you feel like doing it, don't. I mean it, folks. We have 2 outs. We have Raider on first, 1 out. Trying to dispel, start to chip away at that legacy, even though the book wasn't even out yet. Here's Reagan from the stretch. That's 5-7 right-handed. Grounds to second for Beckert, 230. If it hits 30, it could be trouble. That's 230 on Beckert. With 1 out, 239. That'll be 30. This may be trouble for Glenn. That's a 4. Oh my, he boots it. And that shows he does make errors. He's a good fielder, but he'll make errors. You know, he has other attributes that make him. And that's going to load the frickin' bases here. An error by Glenn. And that is the first error for the Cubs today. Not unusual at all that you'll get a very good second baseman making an error. I think I saw one in real world in highlights yesterday. I'm trying to remember who it was. There are some players in real world today that I just love to look at. You know what I'm saying? Love to follow, a little bit at least. You know, I think Betts, how much shortstop did he end up playing this year? I remember they put him at short and he excelled, at least for the first several games. What kind of animal is he? You know? The guy's a frickin' animal in terms of talent, diversity of talent. Anyone out there? Except for Kathy, I know she's there. Its base is loaded, but she can come in any time. This is a hot situation here. Phil Reagan facing Edwards now. Edwards 0 for 3. Walked in the 4th. It's Raider on first by error. Menke on second. Kurt Blefary on third. The go-ahead run. 8, 9, 10. Wait a minute. No, it's the tying run. I am so sorry. It's an 8, 9, 10, 11 to 10 ball game. Big situation right here. This is a very, very, and the Cubs are going to play their infield back, looking to end this inning with a double play, but a fly ball can tie it up. It's only 1 out, bases full. Here's Reagan now. The windup and the pitch to Edwards. That's 2-8 right-handed. It grounds to short. Kessinger to Beckert, over to Ernst. And the side is retired. How do you like that? That was a play to watch if you're a Cubs fan, and there's a big roar from the crowd. So it's going to be no innings, no runs in this, the 8th. There were 2 singles with 1 out. Raider reached on the error by Beckert, loading them with 1 down, and then Edwards chopped 1 very nicely. Kessinger fielded it quickly, tossed to Beckert at second. Beckert was just running, doing what he needed to do, and he throwed it over to Ernie. And that inning ends. The Cubs hold on to their lead, 11 to 10 ball game, and this is only the first game, folks. Now we'll take a break. We're gonna have to take at least a 20-minute break because we don't want to burn ourselves out here, do we? And by the way, You may not like it. I know these people are screwballs. McCarthy's a screwball. Getz, really charlatan, I should say. Getz is a charlatan. But I don't think democracy is an on-off thing, like a light switch, unless we open concentration camps, or something like that. Or our judiciary completely just disintegrates, if we're military law. But barring stuff like that, this is democracy in action. And it may not be pretty. And I liken it to, even though things have really gotten bad in the past decade, but I liken U.S. democracy as sort of a sausage making. The process is very crude and at times disgusting, but the product is tasty. It may not be healthy for you, but I kind of go with that analogy, and that was taught to me. I didn't make that up. That's from Steven Pinker, the cognitive scientist. We're heading to the bottom of the eighth. It'll be Gladding again. This is second inning, I believe. 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. 4, 5, 6. It'll be his second inning. He got into some trouble, let up a run. He let up the frickin' winning run, so he's the loser. There we go. Well, let's see how Gladding fares. If you're looking ahead to the ninth, they're only down by 1. There'll be a hitter for Gladding. And then it'll be top of the order, Jesus and Morgan. And then it just goes on from there. Wynn, Miller, Blefary, Menke, Rader. So it's a pretty good team. And let's see now how Gladding needs to hold things up here. He very much could blow this wide open. Here, the Astros really have a shot at the game. Here's Gladding now. The pitch to Williams to start it off in the bottom of the eighth. 2-7 right-handed, grounds to second. Morgan has it over to Blefary, 1 away. And Blefary says he's very happy here in Houston. He gets to play every day. He likes it. He's always wanted to be in the National League. He says he enjoys playing for a young, up-and-coming baseball team. And this year he had a pretty good year. He had his 12th home run this season, today. Santo comes up. Now, Santo has hit 2 home runs, 2 two-run home runs, and walked. 4 batted in. Here's Gladding. .310 right-handed. Hit deep by Santo. Oh my. Oh, Ron hit it deep. It's into left field. And it's gone. His 3rd home run of the ball game. Oh, and the fans just love it. Ron Santo rounding the bases here. His 5th run batted in. He hit that one perfectly from Gladding. And that will be his 20th of the season, Ron Santo. And that's going to make it a 12-10 ball game, folks. This game has been a game full of lots of fun. I'm going to tell you, I think so. Number 20 for Ron. Really coming on here in August with the power. And believe it or not, there is action again in the frickin' Houston bullpen, and it's Ron Willis, the right-hander. God almighty. We try to get these guys in a situation like this to do some warm-ups, not too heavy. Just to loosen up, you need to do that between appearances anyway. You got to throw a little bit, and we'll go from there. Here's Ernie Banks now. Ron Santo, 3 home runs. Is a special he hot. Oh God, Santo. And remember, folks, this is just the first game. It was a 10-9 game in real world. This one 12-10. And Gladding is ready to face Banks. Here's Gladding now, the pitch to Banks. That's 5'10" right-handed. He flies it to center field. And Jimmy Wynn makes the catch. It's 2 away. Again, if you look into the top of the 9th, it'll be a pinch hitter for Gladding. If he's able to get out of this inning, then Jesus and Morgan. It's the Astros down by 2 now. And here's Jim Hickman, 1 for 4. Lord, reached on 2 errors, scored once there, struck out, Singleton scored. But the big story is Ron Santo, 3 home runs. He also walked and scored, knocked in 5. Here's the pitch to Hickman. That's 3-6 right-handed, and he grounds it to short for Menke, and the side is retired. But a run, another run. Last thing Houston needed. Now it's a 12-10 game, and Phil Reagan will pitch his 2nd inning for the save. Yes, he will. Abernathy, another reliever, is the winner. Gladding can be closed out. He's the loser. He pitched 2, and he lost it all right. He allowed 3 hits, walked 1. One of the hits was a home run. He allowed 2. 7, 9. It's going to be a pinch hitter here for Gladding, and then top of the order, Reagan to save. And he's fresh. His first endurance inning is not till next inning. But it looks like we may not need a next inning if he's able to get these folks out. Let's see who's coming in this hit now. Coming in to hit is Sandy Valdespino, a left-handed hitter. They were looking at Julio Gauthier, the right-hander, as well as Bob Watson, the youngster, the right-hander. But they're against the right-hander Reagan, the manager has decided to go with Sandy Valdespino. And Sandy's been starting games occasionally in left field. So Sandy Valdespino will step into the batter's box. We are at the 1 hour and 36-minute mark. Actually, no, my Christ. This was a 2:30 start. I started at 2 for pregame, so, you know, that's 3 hours and 37 minutes. Is that possible? Did I start at 2? 2:30, yeah. It was 2:30 for sure, and that would be 3 hours. That's a long time. Oh, the confines were friendly to the Cubs, if you mean, but thus far, only thus far. Let's see if they continue to be friendly. They can, those confines can become confining in a very, very short period of time. Folks, it's a 12-10 ball game. Leads have gone back and forth all day. It's just hard to even go back to think now. Santo with 3 home runs. The Cubs lead at 12-10, and Sandy Valdespino, left-handed hitter, hitting for Gladding. Okay, Reagan is ready. His second inning of relief. There's the pitch to Sandy. 2-5 right-handed, walked him. So Sandy is on. He died, by the way. He's a 1-14. He'll be good. Sandy died about, I don't know, 3 months ago, give or take. 2 months ago. Here comes Jesus now. The Astros need 2. What a ball game. What a frickin' game. It just every moment just goes into. But we have Phil Reagan on the mound. He is the 4th Cubs pitcher today. They used frickin' 6, including Jenkins, in real world in this game. I said, let me give myself the liberty, but I've only used 4. I've only used 3 for the Astros. Okay, here's Reagan now facing Jesus. Valdespino on first, no outs. And the pitch from Reagan. That's 1-6 right-handed. Grounds it to short. Kessinger tosses to Beckert. Over to Mr. Cub. And that's a double play. Oh, my. Second time Kessinger started one. And that must be a kick in the teeth to the Houston Astros. Oh, my. What a beautiful play. Let's look at that again. 1-6 right-handed. That's not Morgan. It was Jesus. And that was a ground ball short A. And that's exactly what that was. It's 2 outs now. Reagan 1 out away from the win. or the save. Abernathy for the win, and it's Joe Morgan, left-handed hitter. This game is not over. And Morgan fouls it out, fouls it back above us. Over 40,000 here for the doubleheader. Big gate. Here's Reagan now, the windup. And the pitch to Morgan. Whoa, that's a re-roll. Don't even think about it. All the punditry going on U.S. mass media about this. But the bottom frickin' line is, I love the chaos. Okay, 2 down now. Nobody on. Morgan at the plate. Here's Reagan. He gets the sign from Hundley. That's 3-5, right-handed. Fly ball to right field for Hickman. Hickman makes the catch. And the game is over. The first of this doubleheader that we're broadcasting. No runs for the Astros in the ninth. The final score, Chicago Cubs 12, the Houston Astros 10. The win goes to Abernathy. The save to Reagan. 5, 6, 7. The loss goes to Gladding. Final line, Chicago 12 runs, 15 hits, 1 error. Houston 10 runs, 17 hits, out hitting the Cubs, and 2 runs. And my father used to always say 2 things about line scores. When you get out hit and win, that's a good sign. And when he said, that's all he said about that. He says when you get out, oh yeah, he also said when you win 1-run ball games, that's a good sign. Folks, we just completed the first game of this. I'll keep this out for a little bit for people to look at. I don't know what to say. The hitting on both teams was tremendous. The pitching was less than desirable, even though Aguirre, Abernathy, and Reagan were very effective. The big story, 3 home runs by Captain Ron Santo. I want to tell you, at about 6:15 p.m. Eastern, in about 30 minutes, we will hopefully start the second game of this doubleheader. And we're hoping you're looking forward to it. It's going to be Don Wilson with 10 wins starting for Houston, and spot starter Ken Johnson, who threw a no-hitter in 1964 for the Houston Colt 45s and lost. So we'll be back. In the meantime, I invite you to do whatever you need to do. You could take a break, go away. You don't even have to come back and watch the second game. But damn it, I'm playing it. I'll catch you all later. I'll put up a sign that game 2 of this doubleheader begins very shortly. For the next half hour, I might even jump in and say a few words occasionally. I'm gonna go head over to the store and get myself some sort of evening treat. And awesome, Kathy Harden, you have a great break. And I'll catch you for game 2, absolutely. Greetings, everybody. Jeffrey Guterman. And we are in between games here. I got myself some dinner. I think I did pretty good for myself. I'm gonna have black beans and rice. And then I'm gonna have, I'll get some protein that way. And then I'm gonna have cherry pie, hot cherry pie, with 2 flavors of ice cream, Swiss vanilla Swiss almond, and that's going to be hot cherry pie. And white chocolate raspberry truffle. And I'm just going to put them in the freezer for now, but we'll pull it out later tonight. I think that'll be a nice late night snack. Very nice. We'll go ahead and make the rice now. And we hope you're all doing well. Oh, where is it? Oh, put these in here. And let me catch up with while my rice is cooking. Catch up with a little bit of the news that's going on in the world. We're going to have to go past 6:15. I am so sorry, folks. I am so sorry. And I told you we're a low-budget show here. This may not go till 6:45. I am so sorry, people. It's a big undertaking anyway for me. I've got to eat. I hope you're okay with that. Oh, you come back, Kathy. Thank you. God, that's long. beautiful. Oh, Lord Christ. Oh. Oh shit, those gotta cook a while. Wow. Those gotta get soft. Christ. Let that cook for a while. Let me set up the game at least with the fielders and the lineups. It's gonna be the same goddamn lineup for both clubs. God almighty, that's rare. Whew, God. All right. What's this guy doing here? God. We have another delay, people, 7 p.m. This is a low-budget show, folks. I present this as is, and I hope you all understand that. Oh, see how this is working now. Still needs to cook. Wow. It's supposed to be soft. Let it go for a little longer. Ah. Oh, I guess I could do it now. I guess I could have went a little longer. Let me, well, there. Okay, there it is. Oh. I've got to eat, folks. Oh. I barely have it in me to play the second game, but I'll try. Like to see the Cubs. They're now 9.5 behind. With the first win of the game. And if they win the second game and sweep the doubleheader, they will be tied with St. Louis, 9 games behind, making up a full game. Oh, Lord. Oh, I think once I get my food in me, I'll be much better. Oh. And I can continue to eat when I'm playing the ball games, so I've started already. I'll be fine. And we're going to start at 7 p.m. Turns out it's 45 minutes later than we expected. And I apologize for that. We are a low budget show. I'm the only person here in the studio. And I gotta shop and I have to eat. Oh, here's another breaking item. Oh, he did it on Truth Social. maybe I'll do it with a ball gag, is it called? Maybe a little humor, you know? The best one I could find. It's a little bit degraded. Maybe a cartoon would be better. It's got a better picture too. There we go. Boy, that's good. Oh. Does anybody know, is there going to be a vote in the House tonight? Anybody at all? 10 minutes, we'll start game 2. Oh, is that tasty? Oh, let me see if I could check in with news or something to try to figure this out. Gets crazier and crazier every day, the news, worldwide. GOP Representative Patrick McHenry has been appointed interim speaker. That's interesting. And the vote, now they can they don't have to vote tonight, but maybe they will, I don't know. Yeah, there's going to be a conference meeting tonight, but the election is not expected to happen tonight. Okay, that's the answer I wanted. Oh. Okay, so there'll be no vote tonight. Patrick McHenry is the interim. I guess he can hold the fort until tomorrow. But if Biden, oh, never mind. We got about 4 minutes until the players take the field, and we thank you for your understanding here. We're at Wrigley Field, and it's been a doubleheader. Kathy will be back at 7. Oh. 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 We have 1 minute. We'll get back into this ball game doubleheader here, and I feel slightly rejuvenated. Just a little tired, but actually well enough to at least start this ball game. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Guterman with the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. We are back. And I'll tell you something unusual about this doubleheader is that the starting lineups, except for the pitchers, are identical to the first game for both teams. It will be Don Wilson, right-hander for the Astros. He's 110. Ken Johnson, spot starter, right-hander for the Cubs. He's 1-3. Cubs won the first game 12-10. The lineups are identical. I'm not going to go over them. We went over them in the first game. Sorry if you missed it. We're in Wrigley Field. The lights are on, even though it was 69. And Ken Johnson and the Cubs take the field here in Wrigley. It's Johnson on the mound, taking his warm-ups. Hundley catching again. It's Banks at first, Beckert at second, Kessinger at short, Captain Ron Santo at third, outfield left to right, Williams, Young, and Hickman. And leading it off for the Astros is Jesus. Jesus 2 for 5 in the first game, scored 2 runs. And here's Ken Johnson. He's ready. Here's the windup from Johnson and the pitch to Alou. That's 212 right-handed. Pops it up to the third base side. Just foul. Santo has room. He makes the catch. It's 1 away. Now Joe Morgan. Ooh. All right, Morgan steps in, left-handed hitter. And here's the pitch from Johnson. That's 6-9, left-handed, and that is a double down the line for Morgan. Morgan on second. Call now. Okay, I hope you understand.